Good morning. I am excited to be here to be kicking off Bring It a Reading-a-thon and get started doing some reading with everyone. I am hope that you all have gotten started reading a little bit. Maybe you started like at midnight. I know some people are really good about that. I didn't. I'm reading a book that I already started, but I'm not quite halfway through yet. So I'd love to hear what y'all are reading. And I want to do some like serious reading. So we're definitely going to read today, but I also want to do I pulled up a a splendid spring book tag. I figure in between sprints we can do this book tag and see what we can come up with. So I'm excited. But yeah, I want to hear what you're reading. So let me know what you're reading. I'm reading Wild Dark Shore by Ella McConaughey, because I have to have it done by Tuesday. So I'm cutting it close, but it's reading pretty quickly. It's not a very long book, and I am putting a lot of time towards this. So this one's going to count for, oh, my brain. It's counting for, wait, let me pull it out really fast. Hold on. Oh, I'm counting it for Refresher TBR because this wasn't a book I originally, hold on one second. I'm trying to pull it out, but I need to have a bookmark in there. Okay. So Refresher TBR because I bought this book when I wasn't in, oops, I'll go through the hellos in a second. I bought this book when I wasn't intending to read it, but I have to read it for my in-person book club. So it's like a new purchase, and it would have been nice to get it from the library, but it was just too hard to get. So I wasn't originally intending to get this book, but I did. So I'm counting it for that, for Refresher TBR. Because it wasn't actually on my TBR either. I don't, you never know with in-person book clubs what everybody's going to end up choosing. So I'm counting for that, and then I'm also counting it for spring fashion because look at this cover. It's just so beautiful. I just love this cover. It kind of like, I feel like it almost glows. It's such a pretty, pretty cover. So that's what I'm counting this one for, 2 prompts. I want to hear what you're counting your books for if you're doing Spring Into Reading-thon as well, and how it's going so far for you. Okay. Good morning, Shell. Good morning. Hi, Kylie. Let's see. Hi, Lola. How are you doing? Good morning. Hello, Christina. I'm reading book 4 in the Mindfuck series. Nice. Nice. I think Paige read that series and loved it. How are you liking it so far? Hero in Hiding. What is that, Shell? What's a hero in hiding all about? Hello, reading The Immortalists by Chloe Benjamin. Oh, that's a pretty book cover. Are you reading that? Ooh, there's 2 eagles outside right now. Here, wait, I'll do a video and then show you. Hold on one second. Okay, you ready for this? Let's see if it'll show up. Oh yeah, it'll show up. There they are, just sitting out on the eagle tree, hanging out, doing their thing. Yeah, I got a great view right here. It's not terrible. Okay, let's see. I'm rereading the ACOTAR series, and I'm currently reading book 2. Ooh, how's that going? I still have never read that. I've only ever read the what is it? House of Earth and Blood. That's the first one, right? I've only ever read that one. I still have the second 2 books of that series, but I've never read anything else by Sarah J. Maas. I love it so much. Good. Oh, good. I'm glad you're loving it. It sounds fun. I got to read it at some point. I'm reading Great Big Beautiful Life. I'm using it for TBR Trail as well as for Last Chance Author. Perfect. Perfect. So see how I like it. It has a beautiful cover too. Yeah, it does have a really pretty cover. And Last Chance Author. So you didn't like anything else by Emily Henry? And this one, Great Big Beautiful Life, is supposed to be like super different, like not like any of her other books. Let's see. Yeah, they are pretty. I do love the we have this tree that's across, it's in the neighbor's yard, but it's across from us, and it's this giant, what is it, a Douglas fir? Some kind of fir. And the eagles love to just hang out there. And it's a good spot because it's kind of overlooking the ocean, so that it's a great place for them to, like, are there any fish down there that I need to eat? And so it's just a really good spot for eagle watching because they just hang out there all year round. I mean, certain times of the year more than others, but it's very pretty. Okay, so, oh yeah, hello, finishing final girls. Be able to hopefully get that done today during this. You were pretty far along last night, I think, right? Okay, so this splendid spring book tag I found on a website called Paperbacks and Planners. I think the person who created this website is Robin, and the tag was created by Victoria Mann, who I think I've heard of. I'm sure if it's a big booktuber, even if I haven't watched, then I apologize. But Victoria Mann, who's a booktuber. So anyways, here's the first question, and you have to come up with answers for these questions too. And I figured this is appropriate because this is Spring into Reading-a-thon, right? So we're doing all things spring, getting ourselves ready for spring. And first prompt is, everywhere you look, flowers are blooming. And that's true here because we didn't have much of a winter. I wouldn't say the flowers. Actually, we have a, it's a, what kind of plant is that? I forget what type it is. We have a plant that is blooming right now, and it's an early blooming plant in general. It's a bush. It's a big bush, but it's a little too early. We did not get much of a winter this year. So anyways, everywhere you look, flowers are blooming. Choose a book you love or think you will love with flowers on the cover. And this works for, or you can just tell me what book you're reading for Spring into Reading-a-thon that has flowers on the cover. I haven't decided yet, but I gotta think about that. Maybe a book that I love that has flowers on the cover. This is a book I want to read that has flowers on the cover. I really want to read Shady Hollow by Juno Black, and it's got these little teeny flowers on the cover. Just looking at what's sitting next to me that I want to read. It seems like such a cute little cozy mystery series. What do you got? Let me know. I have 3 hours left. Okay, you will definitely, hopefully get it done today then. Okay, everybody think about your flower books. And I will think about flower books that I loved. I'll be right back. This is a good one. It wasn't a 5-star read, but I really did enjoy The Lost Apothecary a lot. And it's got such pretty flowers. I think this cover is just super, super pretty. Look at that one. Yeah, that's pretty. I'm going to count that one. Why not? It's so pretty and colorful. So for me, it's going to be The Lost Apothecary by Sarah Penner for that one. What are yours? Let me know. It's even got a little beetle on there. I love bugs. Bed of Roses by Nora Roberts, the second in the Bride Quartet series. My favorite series of all time. Shell also is a big fan of Nora Roberts. Let me look. Hold on. Bed of Roses, Nora Roberts. Definitely has flowers on the cover. A whole bunch of them. The Bride Quartet. Okay. I haven't actually, don't even remember hearing about that Nora Roberts series. First book is Vision in White, Bed of Roses, Savor the Moment, Happy Ever After. I've read a lot of Nora Roberts in my time. I have to read The Water Outlaws by S.L. Wong for TBR Trek, which has flowers on the cover. The Water Outlaws. Well, I'm pronouncing that probably incorrectly, but Let's see. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay, come on. There we go. That's a really pretty cover. It does have flowers on the cover. What's that working for TBR track? Shell. Shell says that's a good series. Love Nora Roberts. Yeah, Shell has like every Nora Roberts ever known to humankind. Well, I guess known to Nora Roberts. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up my spinner wheel and see how much our first sprint's going to go for. And then get started reading because I want to make sure we're doing a lot of reading today. Okay, I have 6 hours of reading to do today. Physical reading. This isn't audiobook reading. I have to do 6 hours of physical reading. So I'm hoping to get Dark Shore done in that time. Randomize my Libby app. Oh, okay. Oh, that's so totally, totally like had no choice whatsoever. That's pretty cool though. I mean, I guess for me, I like surprises like that. Come on. Okay, we're starting with 35 minutes. I think that's a good place to start. So, what's that put me at? 21, 31, 41, 46. 46. Okay, we'll just do 47 because by the time I get everything. And if you can think of your answer for the if you can think of your answer for the prompt, did I lose my? Oh no, I got it. Of everywhere you look, flowers are in blooming. Choose a book you love or think you will love with flowers on the cover. If you can think of your book if you didn't put it in here, and you can think of what you want to read that has flowers on the cover, put it in during the sprint, and we'll talk about it when we come back. Okay, well, we are going to be going till 47, so happy sprinting, everyone, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back. How did your reading go? Did you make good progress? If you're just coming in during this sprint, how are you doing? Glad you're here. What are you reading? If you're doing Spring Into Reading-a-thon, what prompts does it cover? And we're doing a spring book tag. If you could choose a book you love or think you will love with flowers on the cover, what would it be? I don't know where I started today, but I made progress. It's not a super fast read, but I'm making progress. I'm not quite halfway yet, though. Let's see. I was showing Shell my this is my journal I'm currently using because we're talking about flowers, and then Christina said, "Pretty book." That's what I was. That's what that was in reference to. Alicia's here. Hello. Going to watch the announcement for the readathon. Then I'll be back. Did you get a chance to watch it, Alicia? I'm glad you're here with us. Let's see. And he says, I'm now at 1 hour and 47. Oh, that was fast. You must have it on like double time. 1 hour and 47 minutes left. While Dark Shore is one I want to read. That journal's right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. A lot, actually. The writing is so beautiful. Have you read anything else by Charlotte McConaughey? Alicia? And if you did, what'd you read? I have. What's the one about the wolf? I have the wolf one on my shelves, and I have been wanting to read it for a while, but it just hasn't happened yet. And then my book club decided we wanted to read Wild Dark Shore, so ended up reading this one first before I read Once There Were Wolves. I think that was it. No, nope. I don't think I have read anything else by them. Okay. So what am I thinking? Oh, let's go on to the next spring. What was it called? Splendid Spring Book Tag. So the writing style. The writing style is lovely. The imagery is fantastic, and it's climate fiction, and so it does have a very strong voice when it comes to nature and thinking about nature in general. And so this one's really awesome because it's set on this island near Antarctica, so close to Australia. It's owned by Australia, not close to Australia. It's owned by Australia, but it's this like research island, and there's a lighthouse there, and the amount of animals that are on this island. They're talking, like there's tons of elephant seals and tons of different types of penguins and all the birds. So you're just getting all this imagery of all these different animals, and it sounds incredible. I want to go there. Okay, so the next question is, spring is the perfect time for a fun trip. Are you going on any trips in spring? Am I going on any trips in spring? I'm going on a trip for Memorial Day weekend. Is that still spring? Like, when does spring end? I don't think I have any other spring trips planned. Like, usually as a teacher, you get spring break off, but because I work for a program where we have an after-school program, we also have the kids during like spring break and summer, so I don't get those holidays, those breaks off. And so I don't have any other plans for the springtime for traveling. Anyways, choose a book you've read or would like to read while traveling from one place. Okay, choose a book you've read or would like to read while traveling from one place to another. So what's a good book, a travel book that you want to read? See if there's anything here that I want to read while traveling. I don't know. I tend to think of like lighthearted books as books I want to read while traveling. Oh, I want to read this one. I don't know if it's not lighthearted, Endling by Maria Riva, but she is traveling with a whole bunch of imprisoned bachelors, and she's trying to search for She has a rare snail, and she's trying to find another snail to breed it with. So they're all traveling to find this other snail. That's a traveling book. Probably would enjoy reading that while traveling. Let me know what good traveling books you have read or would like to read. I'm gonna go see if I can find a good traveling. Oh, I would read Brigands and Bread Knives by Travis Baldree. I just read recently, and I think that's a great traveling book because they're traveling in that book, and it's also lighthearted and funny and fun, which is kind of what you want from a traveling book, something that's not too deep, too heavy. Trying to think of other ones that I would want to read while I'm traveling. Traveling type book. I think that's going to be my one. I think it's going to be Brigands and Bread Knives. So that's the one I have read that I would recommend, and one that I want to read, even though this isn't lighthearted. It has traveling centered in it, and it just is one that I'm anticipating. So I want to read it. Shell said, oh, not Shell, this is Alicia. Alicia says, I think Dungeon Crawler Carl would be a fun travel book just because it's very entertaining and fast. Plus, great audiobook. Yes, absolutely. I've mostly read that. I've actually read all of the Dungeon Crawler, what I've read so far for Dungeon Crawler Carl as audiobooks. So that's a very good choice. I'm reading Brigands and Bread Knives right now. Well, a good travel book. Travel book. What other ones? I think. I don't know. Yeah, so in May, I'm going to Vegas for the weekend because my friend Elisa she always asks me to go to these. She loves certain groups. I've seen 2 Eminem concerts because for a while she was obsessed with Eminem. So now for the last few years she's been obsessed with BTS, and BTS is finally going back. I guess they're all back from the army now, the required army for the South Korea, whatever. Anyways, so they're back to performing, and they're going to be performing in Vegas. So I don't think I've even actually heard any BTS songs, but I'm going to a BTS concert. Because she always asks, and I never am able to say yes. But I'm like, trip to Vegas for a 3-day weekend, and going to this BTS concert where she already has tickets for it. Why not? It'll be fun. So that's my spring travel. Let me know if you have any spring travel planned, even if it's just road trips. I think road trips are great in spring. I also like road trips in summer, though, although it depends on how well your AC works. That'll be a fun trip. Go gambling. Yeah, of course. I always like to have a couple, $20, $40 to, play and have a little bit of fun. She wanted to go karting, and I was like, are the go-karts size friendly? And then she said her friend told her that the go-karts gave her whiplash for like a week. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm an old lady now. I don't think that sounds like fun. But I'll wander around the strip and look at the lights and stuff like that, and throw a little bit of money in, have a little bit of fun. I love seeing shows. That's not the plan though. We're just going to go to BTS, and then of course trying the different kinds of foods, the fun foods you can find there. We might go to South Carolina. We might go to South Carolina to the beach in spring, but not sure. How warm is the ocean water there in South Carolina? In California, even in the summertime, the ocean is freezing. So it's not, you don't get the it's nice if it's a really, really hot day. But even then, you have to get used to the water because, you have to wait till your skin gets numb because it's just always cold unless you go down into Mexico or what have you. Nathaniel and I are taking a road trip to Arizona in a couple weeks. That's awesome. What are you guys going to do there? Oh, that's going to be fun. That's really cool. What are the plans? Do you have any a cool itinerary or any specific things you're trying to see? I have a staycation plan next week, and I'm planning to read And Now Back to You by B.K. Morrison. Is that a newer one? That sounds cute. It's a TV. It must be a TV, right? Like a TV show thing, And Now Back to You. Oh no, newscaster, right? That's right. It'd be a newscaster. And now back to you. Is it Weatherman? That's my TV show. That's cute. That looks fun. I haven't read anything by D.K. Borison yet, but I do like a good romance. So eventually I've got to read something by this author. Yeah, no thanks. I'm okay with no go-karting. Yeah, no, I was trying to be open-minded, but I also know that it's just things like that they're just not as fun anymore. Like the idea of it is great. Love watching other people do it, but there are just certain things that don't excite me the way they would have excited me when I was younger. And I'm okay with that. Made it to page 35. Awesome! That's great progress. That's really great progress, actually. In spring, it will start warming up, but I feel like near the shore it gets nice, not super cold. That's nice. Okay, good. So it'll start warming up. It must be. Is it more shallow? Because we have some pretty deep water along the coast in California, which I think is part of the reason why it's so cold. I think it's also the currents there that bring a lot of the cold water up, which makes it really great for feeding for animals, but doesn't make it great for swimming. So far, hitting Death Valley National Park, very cool, and the Grand Canyon. I've only gone to the Grand Canyon once, and no, we were on our way to the Grand Canyon once with my family, and it started snowing, so we stopped because we didn't want to go drive in the snow. And then and that was like a random side trip we were going to do, so we didn't plan on going to the Grand Canyon. And then I went with my ex to the Grand Canyon, and I didn't. I was driving his mom's car, and I wasn't used to her car, and I left the headlights on, and the battery died. And nobody around us had jump cables, so we had to wait for the tow truck company to come, and it took them like 2 or 3 hours to come and jump us, and we were stuck at that one spot, and that was all we saw of the Grand Canyon because we left after that. I think we're gonna get some tattoos in Sedona and hit some artist points. Oh, that'll be really awesome. Sedona's lovely. It's very pretty. You're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have a really good time. That sounds like a great trip. I'm very excited for you too. That'll be awesome. Before Nathaniel comes and moves up here. Did I say that out loud? I think depends on the time of the year if it's more deep or not. But there it's pretty shallow. You have to walk out a bit for it to be deep. Okay, so that might be why it heats up more, at least near the shore, why it heats up more quickly. That's awesome though. It's gonna be lovely. I have not been to any beaches. I've been to the water on the East Coast, like in New York and places like that. I haven't been to any of the beaches in the southern part of the East Coast. Have I? Oh, Florida. I've been to Florida. I'm just thinking more along the coast. Like I went to Savannah and some other places in North Carolina, but I don't think I've spent much time in that area on the coast. And it looks pretty in pictures and videos and stuff like that. I feel like it's different than Florida, though. Okay, so let me spin my wheel because we're going to be reading some more. And that's the goal for today is get as much reading done as possible. Did I turn that off? I did. Okay, good. Okay, let's find out where we're going to go next. Minutes. Okay, so we dropped it down a little bit. I live in Florida. I love our beaches. Yeah, they're wonderful, and it was great. Shell says, didn't you go with Nathaniel in Florida? I don't think we took Nathaniel to the beach. We were just in Disneyland, that Disneyland area. We didn't leave the Disneyland area at all, I don't think, if I remember correctly. But, we went to like Key West. My mom and I were out there, and we went to we went on a cruise, which like it parted from somewhere. And then we went down to Key West. So it was beautiful. It was wonderful. And it was warm, which was nice. And it was lovely. We had a good time. I would love to go back and just, visit, especially Key West. That was really pretty. But like down along the south part of that was just really lovely, and just to see different parts. I love traveling. I just like to see different areas than where I'm at. I mean, I love it's beautiful here. I'll never get tired of it. But I do like to just see the world. It's an incredible world we live in. So, yeah, I don't think that we actually spent any time at the ocean with Nathaniel. We just took him to Disney World, which was great. It was so much fun. Okay, we got 30 minutes. I'm going to edit this. So it'll be, we'll say, at 33. And then I'm going to say, tell me about your favorite books to read while traveling. That way, if you can think of any, you can add them in. So, and we have 30 minutes for sprinting. I am excited to make a little bit of progress. Let's see how it goes. Happy sprinting, everyone, and I'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back. How'd your reading go? How much did I end up reading that time? I think I read like 10 pages. About 10 pages that time around. I'm about halfway now. So, I'm pretty good. How about y'all? My brain stopped. This book has a bit of a mystery surrounding it, and it's interesting because, like, you can tell that one of the characters wants to know the result of the mystery, but also doesn't. She doesn't really want to find out what's going on. And I find that I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it's not like a heavy duty mystery. It's one of those things that's kind of poking its head every once in a while. Read 16 pages. Nice. Awesome. I made a coffee and only read a few pages, probably 15, 20. I mean, I read a lot less than that, so that was pretty good progress to me. Let's see. I now have 23 minutes left. Awesome. You're almost there. That's great. I read about 10 pages as well. Yeah. I finished my book and started a Rogan site, which I need for TBR Trek. Book published in November. A Rogan site? Another is that the first one wasn't a romance, was it, Joe? A Rogan site sounds like a historical romance. A rogue insight. Oh, apparently I forgot how to write. Nope, non-historical. He looks too cool. Too cool. Okay, the Vexing Villain series. A villain for Christmas, a hero in hiding, a rogue's. Oh, a hero in hiding. That was the one you read before that, right? So, good progress. It might have been less than that. I'm really tired, so I don't know what's going on. That's okay. It's okay. You're here and we're reading, and if even just a little bit, coffee sounds good. I had a sweet treat during that break, or during that. Does anybody know what Itsits is? I know Shell probably knows, but anybody that's not from the West Coast or California know what an Itsits is? I had an Itsit because my nephews left one over here, and I was like, ooh, that sounds good. And I absolutely love them. But even up here in Washington, I was talking to people, and they don't know what an Itsit is. But it's from California, but they sell them up here. Yeah, male romance series. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Whew. I wanted something. You know what? Here's the sad thing. I wanted cottage cheese, but we're out of cottage cheese, so I ate an ice cream sandwich instead. The coffee one is best. No, I like the original, but the coffee one is really good. I've had the mint. I've had the strawberry. There was one that I didn't. I mean, none of them. Me, I just like the original the best. I've had the chocolate, I think. But yeah, I'm an old-fashioned girly apparently when it comes to It's It. Okay. Okay, let's continue on with our springtime book tag. So, who doesn't love a good spring fling? Do I have any fun spring fling stories? Not that I can think of. No. Choose a book you were obsessed with for a short period of time, but then you swiftly cast aside. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna have to turn to Goodreads for this one because I don't know if I would have kept it. Well, I probably would have kept it. A book that I was obsessed with for a short period of time, but I quickly cast it aside. Let me know yours. Obsessed with means that I would have been like, oh my gosh, everybody, you have to read this. It's so amazing. It's the best book ever. And then I would have forgotten about it shortly after. Okay, let me put a banner for that. Let's see. Create a banner. Okay. So let's see. Choose a book my keyboard wasn't so bad. Obsessed with. For a short period of time. But then you swiftly. This is very wordy. Swiftly cast it aside. All right, there we go. Where'd it go? There we go. That's a good question. Oh, for those who don't know, it's an ice cream sandwich made with oatmeal cookies. And it's so good. So it's like, and it's not just an ice cream sandwich because it's oatmeal cookies with ice cream on the inside, and it's covered in a very thin layer of chocolate, and it's amazing. That's a good question. Twilight? Maybe. Let's see. Let me think of what I read that I was obsessed with that didn't last very long. I'm going to go with my 5-star readings because it has to be something I was obsessed with. Twilight's a funny one, actually. I'm thinking. You know, when I didn't cast it aside because I still want to continue the series, but one I haven't like even thought about since is The Diviners by Libba Bray. I loved that book, and I haven't really thought about it, and I haven't gone back to it yet. And it doesn't come to mind quickly when I think of books that I've loved. What else? Maybe something that I don't really talk about much anymore, right? But at the time, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm in love with this book." Let's see. We were all obsessed at one point, but I have no desire to ever read them again. LOL. That's all I can think of. Twilight. We were all obsessed for sure. A lot of people were also obsessed with 50 Shades of Grey back in the day. I've been obsessed with lots of books and series, but I still love them all, including Twilight. I think a recent one for me is A Mother's Guide to the Apocalypse. Oh, I don't even think I've ever heard of that. A Mother's Guide to the Apocalypse. I'm going through mine to see if I have anything that like really shouts out. Obsessed, but no longer thinking about much. Still looking. The From Blood and Ash series by JLA. Oh yeah, what's Jennifer L. Armentrout. I used to love that series, but have no desire to keep reading them. I really want to read that, at least the first book, because I've heard such good things about it. But yeah, it's one of those series where you definitely hear people loving it, and then they're just not loving it anymore. Stopped by to hug the like. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Trying to think. Oh, that's a good thing. Thinking about series like that, where I read the first one, I really loved it, and then I kind of just fell off. Not as excited to continue on. I'm scrolling. Still looking. I mean, I really like to talk about the books I love, so it's hard to. That's a hard one for me. I don't know why that one's so hard, but I feel like it's hard. I feel like The Diviners is a good example, but I do want to continue reading on that one. So it's not like I have. It was one of those ones where I really loved it when I read it, and then I just completely forgot about it afterwards. Like I haven't continued on, and now that I'm looking, I'm like, oh yeah, I need to read the rest of that series. Maybe I don't get like, if I get super obsessed about a book, I just stay obsessed with it. Yeah, that's a hard one for me. I don't. Shell and I used to love Laurel K. Hamilton. She still reads them. I don't read them much anymore. I started doing a reread, but I haven't like stayed on top of it the way I was back then. You know what I mean? How much I loved it then. But I don't think I've forgotten about it. Just maybe the Shatter Me series. I loved the first book so much. Read it twice, but when I tried to continue, I was so enraged with the direction the author was going that I couldn't read anymore. Ooh, that's a good example. Yeah, like when you're just like, wait a minute, that's not what I was hoping for. You're ruining it. Can't think of anything off the top of my head. Oh, Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter. I have the next book. I do plan on reading them, but I enjoyed the first book a lot. It wasn't one where I was super inspired to continue on though. But I didn't absolutely love the first book. Like, I mean, I really liked it a lot. It wasn't like a 5-star read for me, but I still enjoyed it. And I was like, my desire to move on to the next one is just, it's a long book. So I'm just not nearly as excited as I am for other series. Maybe that one? Yeah. Strange Dreamer, but I wasn't obsessed with that. So it's hard because this says like specifically books that you were obsessed with. So I was definitely not obsessed with Strange Dreamer. I liked so many aspects of it, but I did not love the romance. And I will eventually read the second one, and hopefully I'll like it a lot more than, even though I know it's more heavily focused on the romance. Let's do another one since I didn't really know the answer to that one well. Okay, so prompt number 4. This one's this one's going to be a hard one. Let me close that banner. Everyone loves the smell of freshly mowed grass, but not at an ungodly hour. Choose a book that personifies as a middle-aged dad waking up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday to mow the lawn when he should be sleeping like the rest of us. That's a mouthful. I wish I could. Can I dictate to this thing? I don't want to have to like actually type it all out. Choose a book that personifies as a middle-aged dad waking up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday to mow the lawn when he should be sleeping like the rest of us. Okay, let me think. Okay. Choose a book that personifies as a middle-aged dad waking up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning to mow the lawn when So this is what this person said. I'm interpreting this book as wow, struggling. I'm interpreting this as a book that was unnecessary and frustrating. That's how she's interpreting it. I don't know if I interpret it the same way, but if I think about a book that was unnecessary and frustrating, what books have I read that were unnecessary and frustrating? Did I read anything recently that was unnecessary and frustrating? Nothing comes to mind right off the bat. You know what I mean? I'm thinking back to last year. let me go with how I interpret it. Ha ha. The Mysteries of Udolpho. Very funny. Actually, that was a great book. A great book. But Shell hated it. Let's see. Choose a book that personifies a middle-aged dad waking up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday to mow the lawn when he should be sleeping like the rest of us. I don't know. See, to me, I picture this as someone who's fresh and excited and has something they are looking forward to that they love doing. And it's like their own time. You get your own time to do this thing that makes you super excited and everybody else is asleep. You're taking the time for yourself. So interpretation's a big thing for this. The book that comes to mind for this is the reading list by Seasonathon Adams, and not because of the way that this person interpreted, based more on how I interpret it. And also kind of like that, I don't know why, it just gives me that vibe, the reading list. I think because of the little old man who is in the story. Gosh, I love this story by Seasonathon Adams. I don't know why that works for that prompt for me, though. It's just the thing that comes to mind. It's the vibe. It's the vibe for some reason. Let me think of another vibe that gives off that. Can I go look at my books? I'll be right back. Alexa. Okay. I got it. Got it. Okay. This totally gives me the vibe. Mr. Dickens and his Carol, because Charles Dickens in this story especially was always out wandering, thinking. He would spend hours walking around London thinking about his next read, and he was always so into it. He was so into what he was doing, and he did it as his income to take care of his giant family, but also because it was what sang to him, what he loved so much. And so it gives me that, like, almost like he's doing something good for the family ultimately. There's also something selfish about it. Like, I'm doing this for myself for fun because it makes me excited and happy, and it's how I want to spend my time. And it's also very separate from the family in the sense that, it's good to take time for yourself. But he took it to an extreme. I don't know about the dad mowing the lawn at 7 a.m. Probably not taking it to the same extreme, but it kind of gives me those same vibes. As someone who has to mow the lawn, I'm agreeing with irritated and frustrating. See, but this makes it sound like he's excited to mow the lawn. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about the vibe of the question. Let's see. I don't know if I can think of one for that off the top of my head. I feel like if it's unnecessary and frustrating, that would be a series continuation that shouldn't have continued. For sure. For sure. What series continuation didn't need to continue? I feel like we were talking about this recently. Grapes of Wrath, because it also has slow and tedious. That's my pick. I feel differently about this question, but I love hearing your interpretations. A series continuation that shouldn't have continued. I like all the series that I have on my shelves. That's why I kept them. I'm a little worried the Gilded Ones by Namina Forna. I haven't read the Merciless ones yet. I've tried to start it a couple of times, but I have to go back and read the Gilded Ones. I'm a little worried that one might be like not necessary. I know a lot of people did not like the continuation of Children of Blood and Bone. Continuations of that series. They love the first book, but everybody has mostly disliked the second and third book. I read the second one. I liked it, but maybe that's an example. It's not necessarily like weren't completed. You know what I mean? So whereas versus like a continuation of something, like Ready Player 2. Ready Player 1 was good and fine on its own. I still haven't read Ready Player 2, so I can't say myself, but where people are like super upset that it had a second one because it was unnecessary. Honestly, I think Hunger Games could have stopped after the first 3 books. I didn't need more from that world. Yeah, exactly, just like that. Yeah, that's a good one. I really like the Gilded Ones and to not like book 2 or 3. Okay, so you've read the other ones and didn't like them. Yeah, still haven't gotten to Merciless Ones. It's one that I've picked up and put down a few times just because I have to go back and read the Gilded Ones. There was too much in that story, too much that happened in that story that I can't remember well enough to read the Merciless One. I do want to read it because it's sitting on my shelf, but that's a bummer that it really wasn't, um, necessary. But yeah, trying to think of other things. Those are some good examples, though. Okay, let's see. How many prompts are in this thing? There's 10. Okay. All right. Well, then let's go ahead. Hold on one second. Let's go ahead and find out how much we're going to be sprinting for next, because just need to keep on reading. Where's my spinner wheel? Let's see where we're at. This video was a little delayed, but we got a whole hour, so we'll get a lot accomplished. I might actually eat some lunch. Now I'm feeling a little zzz because of my It's It. I probably need to eat some actual food. Okay, so let me get my banner up. And then an hour from now is 56. It's gonna look weird. People coming on as I click it on. And if they see it right now, they're gonna think, oh, the sprint is over. But it's not. We're just starting, and I hope to make some really good progress during this sprint because we got a whole hour's worth. All right, see you in an hour. Everyone sprint well. Hopefully you get a lot of progress. All right, welcome back. How's everyone's reading going? Did you get a lot done? I ate some lunch, and then I read maybe around 20 pages of my book. Maybe more. I don't remember where I was when I last checked in, but I'm over halfway now. I'm on the right track to get this one done today. Let's see. I still have 4 hours and 37 minutes of physical reading time today, so we'll see. We will see. But yeah, I'd love to hear how your reading is going. I got some tea in my pretty, this is kind of springish. It's my A cup. It has flowers on it. And I think the lighting is bad, but it's pink. Doesn't want to show. It's pink. So it kind of gives that springy, like pastel pink vibes. Kylie at the break said, I'm going to go get my kids ready for school. It's early Monday morning in Australia. I'll watch the rest back after. A little bit happy reading. Phil said 20% in, so making great progress, considering you just started at that one, right? I finished Final Girls, 4 stars, and started Lore Olympus number 9. How have you been liking Lore Olympus? In general, like, how have you liked Lore Olympus? Because I hear such mixed things about it, and I am interested, but I don't know how interested. It's not one of those ones where I'm racing to pick it up. You must have liked it though, if you're on Lore Olympus 9. Yeah, no, I just hear such mixed things. Still loving my book. This might be a 5-star. This might end up being a 5-star. So we'll see. Okay. Yeah. How's everybody else's reading going? We're gonna go on and continue our come on, brain. Oh, look, I was looking up furred seals during that because we're talking about. Not only was I looking up furred seals, but I was also looking up fin whales. Fin whales. Or was it? Oh yeah, fin whales, because they were talking about these in the book. So I wanted to see what they actually looked like. Yeah, look how big. Fin whales are the second largest whales on the planet. Obviously, beside actual just regular blue whales. I keep calling them blue fin whales. They're not blue fin whales, they're fin whales. But I was talking about our spring tag. That's what I was talking about. I gave Wild Dark Shore 5 stars. Yeah, it's shaping up to be a 5-star. Definitely shaping up to be a 5-star. Love the characters. And now I'm going to want to read everything by this author. Really genuinely read everything by this author. I know I always say that, and I feel like I never get back to those authors' books. But this one, I'm like, I have another one of her books. And I know there's others that are really well loved by her as well. So, looking forward to reading from this author more. I originally DNF'd the series after volume 1, but my bestie made me try it again. Okay, so after DNFing, you must have enjoyed it well enough to continue on. So that's interesting. That makes me not as excited to read it, to be honest. There's other things I could read in the meantime. I've got so many books that I need to read. I don't need to be worrying about Lore Olympus at the moment. But, it's kind of nice when you need to read a book or you get a prompt that is for, like, mythology, to have something like that that's quick and easy to read. Migrations, that's the other one I was thinking of. Yes, Migrations. Heard great things. And if all the writing is like this climate fiction / nature writing, I know I will love it. So I'm excited about that. And then, of course, the relationship building in these stories and the character development is top notch. So I'm very, very happy I'm reading this right now. Even though it's like one of those ones where I'm like, I gotta get it done. I gotta get it done. I still feel like I'm really taking time with it and enjoying it. So that's good. It kind of is like one of those books where I can't read it too fast, like it makes me slow down and enjoy it because it's just not a fast read. It's not like slowly paced or anything. I don't mean it like that, but it's like I feel like, I've been reading for a while and then I'm only like 10 pages on, but just because it makes you think so much. and there's so much happening. And the pacing is great. The pacing is fantastic. So loving it. Absolutely loving it. Next question. Okay, so we ended up on number 4. Number 5. A surprise rain shower might spoil your outdoor fun, but don't worry, the sun will be back. Okay, so a surprise rain shower might spoil your outdoor fun, but don't worry, the sun will be back. Choose a book that made you really sad, but the sun still shines in the end. I mean, there's a lot of books like that. Let me go consult. Well, the sun still shines in the end means it has like a happy ending. Yeah. So I'm guessing like it's a really sad book, but it has a happy ending. Oh yeah, Song of Achilles. Oh yes. Good choice. Good choice. That is so true. Such a good one. Made me sob. But it just Patroclus. Such an incredible character. One of my favorite characters, aside from the Fool, Robin Hobb. Patroclus is one of my all-time favorite literary characters in Madeline Miller's Song of Achilles, specifically. Okay, let's think. Oh, I just recently read the Ever. Here, hold on, let me go grab it. I'm running my bananas, so. Falling over. I recently read The Everlasting by Alex E. Harrow. This is a great example of a book that made me cry, made me have big, big, big feelings, but just it was a happily ever after. Or at least it was sunny in the end, This is a good example of that, I think. What else? Man Called Uwe. Reading List is another one that I already mentioned that I think, for sure, that one is a great example. Great example. There's so many examples of this, I would say. Looking at my other book, my other thing. I've got a Man Called Uwe over here. I think a Man Called Uwe and Everlasting. That's going to be mine. What about everybody else's? So, Michelle, it was Song of Achilles. Ground Zero by Alan Graff. Ooh, Ground Zero by Alan Graff. I feel like I've seen that cover before. Graff or Graft? Did this one? Oh, Novel of 9/11. Yeah, that would be rough. That would be really rough. In an instant, the world can change forever, for sure. This was like a middle grade? A little middle grade? Yeah. Oh, some of those middle grade historical fictions are really rough. And look who it is! It's one of the other co-hosts for Spring Into Reading-a-thon. Paige, woohoo, Paige! We're doing there's this splendid spring book tag that we're doing, and answering some of these questions that are sort of like spring spring prompts. And this one, the current one we're doing, is a surprise rain shower might spoil your outdoor fun, but don't worry, the sun will be back. Choose a book that made you really sad, but the sun still shines in the end. So basically, a book that was really sad, but had a good ending, a happy ending, maybe even an uplifting ending or an inspiring ending. And so for Shell, it was Song of Achilles, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. I said Everlasting by Alex E. Harrow, and then we got Ground Zero by Alan Graf or Gratz, whatever his name is. And yeah, these are some interesting prompts because they're really in depth. Number 6, it's that time of year when all the animals stretch their limbs and come out of hibernation. Choose a book that pulled you out of a reading slump. I was in a reading slump fairly recently. What pulled me out of it? Was it Robin Hobb? What did I read? When have I had my worst reading slumps? That's what I really got to remember. Just gonna go look back on when I read books and how far between books I was. Actually, I Married a Catman recently pulled me out of a reading slump. I was having a hard time getting back into reading, and I needed something just light. So sometimes when I'm in a reading slump, I like to read something light from an author that I enjoy. And I Married a Catman is in the Prime Mating Agency series by Regina Abel, and I read it. It's kind of like a palate cleanser, and that helps me sometimes. I think that's my go-to when I'm kind of slumpy, is just picking up something light. Let's see. Paige says, Rainbook is Heart in the the Rainbook is Heart in the Body in the World by Deb Colity. Heart in the Body in the World. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Heart in the Body in the World. Unless you've talked about it and I don't remember. Heart in the Body by Deb Oh, I've seen this cover. I think I remember you talking about this. Right? Heart in the Body in the World. So this one makes you cry, but then it was uplifting or positive in the end. Oh, when everything has been taken from you, what else is there to do but run? So that's what Annabelle does. She runs from Seattle to Washington, D.C. Wow. Through mountain passes and suburban landscapes, from long, lonely roads to college town. She's not ready to think about the why yet, just the how. Yeah, I could see that being healing. Book slump, I'm not sure. Yeah, for me, it's definitely light stuff that it doesn't take a lot of thought, or it just changes up my the genre I'm working on, like completely. If I'm reading some really heavy books, I like to change it up to something super light. Or if I'm reading something, it even goes the opposite direction. Sometimes, like, I'll be reading a whole bunch of some type of book, and then I just need to throw a wrench in it, like read a horror or something along those lines. It usually has to be something completely different than what I'm currently reading, or what I've been reading and finding I'm having a hard time with. What about y'all? Book slump books? Give us some suggestions, things we can read when we're in a book slump. I think I'm out of my book slump at this point. February was a little bit slumpy, but I just was really busy and I wasn't pushing myself too hard, which is why now I have to read all these books with very little time. I'm in a good reading place right now, so I'm excited, and I'm excited about this readathon. I'm just excited about, like, okay, I'm gonna make a really concerted effort to actually, like, stick with it the whole month, because sometimes month-long readathons, you start with a lot of excitement and a lot of energy, and then you kind of peter out. That happens a lot now. Week-long readathons tend to be, you don't find as many week-long readathons. There are definitely many out there, but they're not nearly as many as month-long. But I find that I have a lot more like drive for that week, but I can't read as much in a week, so then I can't get as many of the prompts done. So I reread an old fave to get me out of a slump. Yeah, that's a great way to go about it, especially something that you haven't read in a while that you loved, and it's just almost like it's something you're comfortable with, but it's almost like you're like relearning what you love about books in a way. Yeah. A cozy reread, something that just makes me happy. Yeah. Romance novels work for that. Especially ones that I've really enjoyed that just are, you don't have to think too much, You don't have to think too much. That's fun. I also find for week longs, if I'm busy, I can't participate fully. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, and that makes it hard because especially if you're excited about it, or it's just a lot of readathons where I want to do so much more for it than I can, and it's a bummer because like I get excited about it. I get excited about the kind of challenge it is or the prompts that are in it. And then if things come up and I can't actually participate in it much, it's kind of like wah wah wah. So yeah. Let's see. Let's do one more. I'll I'll probably reread Bromance Book Club if I get in a slump. I still need to read that one. That one and I still haven't read. I'm looking at my romance shelves. I still haven't read I really want to read that one. I also really want to read the Renaissance Fair one, especially because we're going to the Renaissance Fair this year, and we're actually going to camp when we go this year. So we're going to get a campsite for the weekend that we're going to be there. Sounds like everybody wants to go to the pirate weekend. So, Shell, if you want to come visit in August, the first weekend of August, just saying. I know you love pirates and Renaissance fairs. Do it. Yeah, I know. I need to. Also, Paige, if you want to come and visit. You got a lot of things going on, Paige. You got a whole bunch of stuff going on. So were the other books in that? I mean, like I've heard such mixed things about the other books in that series. Did y'all like the other books too? Yeah, you'll be in Bali. Yeah, so have fun there. I can't even. There's no comparison. There's no comparison except that you don't get to wear a costume while you're there. I mean, I guess you could. You could wear a Renaissance costume while you're in Bali, but it would be a little place. Might be a little too hot. Haha, I'll already be there in July. Not sure I can make August too, but I'll try. You can just stay. Just stay, Shell. Just stay. When in July, Shell? You're gonna have to tell me when because I might be going on a work trip for 1 week in July, but I'd rather be here to help. So we'll have to see what's gonna happen. And I don't get to see. I know that's true. That's lame. That's really lame. It's okay, Shell. It's okay, Paige. We will get our chance. Okay. Should we do one more question before we do a sprint? Yeah, let's do one more question. Number 7. His plan is to be there on the 1st. I think I leave for my work trip. Ross and Teresa are visiting that weekend, the 3rd through the 5th. So I'll be up in Vancouver, but I will be out. If I can take off the 1st and the 2nd, I could come down and help as much as possible for those couple of days. That would be awesome. I can't remember my ratings, but I know one was low and the rest were of Well Met? So one was low of Well Met and the rest were really high. Wait, one was low of Well Met. So Well Met was low rated for you. But the rest you loved. Is that right? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Prompt. One book was low. Not book one was a low rating. Oh, one of them. Okay, so I get it. So the first book wasn't low rated. It was just one of the books in the whole series was low rated. I get it now. Do I? Okay, so prompts number 7. Students all over exhale a sigh of relief knowing they get a break from school. Choose a book whose friend group you'd like to spend spring break with. I mean, I can jump all the way back to Cinder and all them. What a fun friend group. Cinder, Scarlet, Cress, Winter. We always loved them back then. When we were reading that one. Who's a more recent one I've read that I would love to spend? I would love to spend time with the Fool, but that's not really a friend group. I actually don't want to be on trips with them because they do too many things that are dangerous. Paige is still waking up. Yeah, the Fool. I want to spend time with the Fool, but he would make me save the world, so I don't know about that. Second was the lowest rated for me because the Main male character catfish the female bear. Ugh! Catfishing is not nice, people. Not nice. Not nice. Yeah, I don't want to save the world. And yeah, that's pretty sad. Um, what did I read recently where the friend group I would love to spend time with? Oh, I mean, heck, Carl and Princess Donut. Although Princess Donut, as much as she is lovely, would drive me nuts. With the fool, we'd be fine. Anita Blake and Company. Yeah, that's a little. There's a lot of stuff going on. Hey, it's Jez. Hi, Jez. How you doing? Oh my gosh. Hello. I miss you. Wayfarers. Yeah, would be lovely. Okay, what? Yeah, that would be lovely. It'd be a good group of people. So Dragon Keeper. Don't want to hang out with any other people in new. Yeah, Wayfarer would be a great one. Oh, bring in some bread knives, Viv and all them. I'm thinking about the original crew. Well, not original crew, but like Viv and Kern and Andry and I want the little chef dude to make me food. What was his name? I can't think of it right now. Oh, and I love Cal. Cal's like my favorite character. Are they going to do a book on Cal? Because I really want them to. Cal is like my favorite character. Hi. Long time no see. I miss you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that one's an easy one to come up with. Prompt number 7. There's a lot of great options. People you'd want to spend spring break with. Yeah. Okay. Who else? See, Anita Blake. There's too much. There's just a lot of work with some of these groups. Like with the Fool, as much as I love the Fool, we have to go on adventures that could cause life and limb. With Anita Blake, there's a lot of dealing with people trying to attack you, and loss of control over your hormones and your body. Would it be bad if I say the group from the Ruinous Love trilogy, Butcher and Blackbird? I mean, would it be bad? So what are you saying you want, Paige? What kind of spring break are you hoping for? Excitement and fun, adventure, a good time. I've read a lot of sad books recently. Which Shell always gives me a hard time about. They are unhinged and I love them. See, that's perfect. Unhinged is great. That's my friend group all the time. So that's my family as well. We are unhinged. Yeah, that's a good quality to have in a people you keep around you. Perfect examples. I'm trying to think of anything else off the top of my head where I've absolutely loved the characters and wanted to spend more time with them. Like physically spend time with them. I don't know. There's a lot of good options out there. Okay, let's sprint. Let's read some more. I'm excited. My book is just good. I just need to get back into it. It's too good. Time you gotta go to the work page. Probably soon, huh? Oh, Paige is sending me encouragement on her Finch. Pickles is visiting. Wait. Here, I'll show you. I'm gonna send this one. So that's Paige and Pickles. That's Paige, and then that's me. Still got my birthday hat on. We're so cute. Look, I got the Cheshire Cat as my little friend. Oh, and you got a little reindeer. I think it'd be a lot of fun to be friends with Cinder group. 40 minutes till you start. Okay. Paige has got some getting ready to do. Yeah. Okay, let's find out what we're going to be doing. Well, not another. A short one. A little bitty one. Okay, we're going to do 15 minutes. We're going to do a quick sprint. Oh, a caribou. Okay. So not a reindeer, it's a caribou. Okay, more official. I don't know what a caribou is. A caribou is actually a reindeer. Aren't they basically the same things? What's the difference between a caribou and a reindeer? Let's find out before we go into our sprint. Since I'm all about nature right now. What is the difference? Well, let's just talk to my phone. What is the difference between a caribou and a reindeer? Reindeer and caribou are the same species, but different domestication and region. Reindeer are generally domesticated or Eurasian, while caribou are wild, larger, and found in North America. So it has to do with domestication and region. So reindeer, it sounds like, are smaller, not wild as much. They're domesticated, so they're kept for more livestock purposes. And caribou are just out there in the wild, and they're bigger because they have to protect themselves and stuff like that. I thought the horns were very different. Might be. They do look different, but it probably also has a lot to do with where they're located, because they have different uses for their horns. And of course, anything domesticated is always different than the original. Think about like wild dogs and how we've changed dogs, even though they're similar breed. There's wild dogs, but then there's regular dogs, and how different we've made dogs. All the different. If we can't find little weird dogs or cute dogs like my dog out in the wild, or maybe you could. I don't know. Santa Claus. Yep. Okay. 15 minutes to read. I need more than 15 minutes, but we'll just do 15 minutes for now. So 30, 40. We'll go to 40. We'll go to 40. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. And I hope everyone has a great 15 minutes of reading. And that's it. We'll see you back in a little bit. Welcome back from that short one. Definitely gonna make me cry, this book. Definitely on its way to making me cry. Yeah. The character development is fantastic because you feel so much for these characters in this book. And you just start feeling more and more. And they all are so damaged in different ways. Maybe not damaged is the right word for it, although some of them are damaged. But like struggling. Grief is so heavy in this book. So heavy. But yeah, it was it's so good. But yeah, already shedding a tear or two. How did your sprint go? Did it go well? Did you get more accomplished? Yeah, I don't know how many pages I read during that one. There were some like short chapters here. I made a little bit of like quick progress, even though it's just because they were short chapters, like this one right here, like that. Hello, friends. Hi, Drew. Home from church and Barnes trip. Got 2 new releases and very excited for them. Very awesome. That's great. So, are you going to start reading one? What are you working on first, Drew, for spring into reading-a-thon? Paige says hugs for book tears. Yeah. Yeah. This book is sad. It's sad. Mom's reading a sad book too. No, she's not. She's playing her games. She's reading The Frozen River because for the prompt for the gnomes, one of the prompts was that they have to read a book from the first video they see in their feed. And Mom follows tons of like furniture flippers, people who do a lot of like going to buy furniture, buy different things at thrift stores and repurposing, refurnishing. She has tons like that. But she does follow booktubers, not nearly as many as I do. So we were scrolling through, and of course, the first video that came up was my 5-star prediction. So she's reading that book. And she's like, this is really sad. And I'm like, yeah, I said it was sad. Mom struggles with sad books more than I do. I mean, I love sad books, so, And Shell is 25% done now, so you're already a quarter of the way through that one. That's quick progress. Slow down, because you're not part of Satyrs, so slow down. I don't know what I'm working on first for spring into reading, but I'm 100 pages into Book Lovers, a book left over from February. Well, that's good. You can count that, as long as you're not 50% of the way through yet. Count it. Use that, see what it works for the prompts. My new releases I got Anderson in Bloom by Jennifer Dugan. She's a Scottish author, right? Jennifer Dugan. Her Hidden Fire by someone who you forgot. Jennifer Dugan. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. I'm thinking of who am I thinking of? Vinnie Colgan. They sound the same. Vinnie Colgan, Jennifer Dugan. Practically the same person. Well, that's fun. Fun to get new releases. I have to read A Closed and Common Orbit next, and because that's for Bookstar read-alongs, and I've already got the prompts figured out for that. But then after that, I have to read my new release from January, which is A Vow in Vengeance. So I'm excited to get to a new release, and I love this. Look at the edges are feathers. Can you see it? There we go. Look at how pretty that is. I love that. I think this is a really pretty book. Oh yeah, there's feathers on the front too. What's this look like? Ooh, that's pretty too. This one has tarot magic, if I remember correctly. So I'm excited about this one. It'll be something very different than what I'm currently reading, and then a close and common orbit. Let's see. I'm now at work, but thankfully I'm hidden in a room today, so I keep listening. Good. I'm excited that you're with us. I'm getting a chance to hide out. Hello! Just started Not Quite Dead Yet. Only one chapter in, but so far so good. Yeah, Mom, I got that for Christmas for our exchange, and Mom, she had a hard time getting into it. It's one that I'm really excited about, so I'm glad we have it in the house. So at some point I'll get a chance to read that one. I really liked Good Girl's Guide to Murder. The other two I wasn't as crazy about, but I'm looking forward to reading more from her. And it's an adult book, and I just find the concept of Not Quite Dead Yet is fascinating. So I'm hoping I'll enjoy it too. I'm glad you're having a good time so far. Stunning. Yes, it is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Didn't realize Her Hidden Fire was expensive, though. It was $23 for a hardcover. It has sprayed edges and artwork underneath the jacket. $23 is expensive for a hardcover? That's how much my hardcovers here cost. $30, $32. That's 23 sounds amazing. Where are you shopping? Oh, you said you went to Barnes. Maybe they had a sale or something? Most hardcovers are pretty expensive nowadays. Is it a small book? Anyways. Okay, so let's get back to our prompts. We have how many left? Ooh, I got a text. Who texted me? Horizon, welcome to Canada. Apparently in this time I traveled to Canada and back with all my roaming. Okay, where are my questions at? I have reindeer and caribou showing up now on my Okay, here we are. Question number 8. Spring is all about rebirth and blooming. Choose a book that made you grow as a person. Choose a book that made you grow as a person. I mean, there's so many of those. Let me go back and think about it. Oh, maybe I should just look at my shelves. Okay, I'm gonna look at my shelves. You guys think about what a book that made you grow as a person. Impact on me. I learned a lot from it. Begins emotional growth. Taught me a lot about myself. That's a hard one. How am I supposed to figure that out? Ooh, I got it. One of my favorite nonfiction books. Oh, lighting's getting so bad. Reading Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. Absolutely. Love this book. And it has a lot to do with my heritage and my culture as well. So that is significant for me. And it has a lot to do with my interests. I've always been loved biology and loved ecology and understanding more about the world around me. So there's that. Concepts of reciprocity, which are like so central in Indigenous knowledge and learning. Yeah, love reading Sweetgrass. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Let's see. Page says fancy hardcovers in Australia are like 60 AUD, which is about 40 USD. Yeah, that's really expensive, Page. It's a small book. It's YA fantasy. I lied. No artwork, but pretty edges, and I don't know if they had a sale. Okay, yeah. And if it was a smaller book, that makes sense. Nice big, these size books tend to be, and YA tends to be a little cheaper too. But yeah, this tends to be more like $32 American. About $40 off page. Beartown, My Dark Vanessa. I'm excited to read Beartown with Bookstara. I'm really excited about it. Speak. Oh, I loved Speak. Speak was so good. And any Becky Chambers. Yeah, I can see that. The emotional depth of that Becky Chambers and the things that she looks at. The different concepts she looks at, I think, are fantastic. Female of the Species. I remember you saying you loved that one. But we don't have to pay for air. Yeah. Yeah, so you may have to pay more for your books, but you don't have to pay for air. That's true, Paige. You're just never going to let this down. Or let I don't blame you. It's ridiculous, but I think it's one of those things that we're just kind of used to at this point here in the US. Oops. Into Thin Air by John Cracker. I'd say that book is what opened me up to reading nonfiction. For sure, because Shell was never a nonfiction girly ever. Look at my snail. And but ever since he started reading Into Thin Air, Shell has read a lot of other like adventure, emergency, nature type nonfiction. That was painful. I don't know why my brain stopped. So yeah, that's a good example. Like, it's going along. I'm sorry. I'm a little. This is what I got for myself for Valentine's Day. I was at the place where I normally get lunch, and they had all these cute little stuffed animals, and I saw a little snail, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. And she's like, you should get it for yourself for Valentine's Day. Of course, they're just trying to make a sale. No, she was really friendly. She's like, somebody else bought themselves a stuffed animal today for Valentine's Day too. And so I was like, well, I have to, because look how cute this thing is. It's just the cutest little thing. Once my autistic brain finally wraps itself around it, I'll let it go. But until then, it's on a wibbly wobbly. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad that air costs money here, but it does. Book lovers could work for spring cleaning prompt. A book that's been collecting dust. Okay, so you've had it on your shelf for a while. I've had book lovers on my shelf for a while. Yeah, that's the Emily Henry that I've had on my shelf the longest. I also have People We Meet on Vacation, but I don't think I've had that for quite as long. Let's look at the next one. Sorry. I'm a little delayed at the moment. My brain is stuck on my little snail. Okay. Prompt number 9. A picnic at the park is the perfect springtime activity. Choose a book with a character who you think would pack the best picnic basket. There's a book series that I really enjoy. It's a mystery series. What is the name of it? Pies. And just based on everything she talks about in this book, and there's other ones that I've read that I think would be great too, but this is the first thing that came to mind. So I'm thinking about the first thing that comes to mind is this lady what's her name? Daisy. Daisy from Magic Lies and Deadly Pies. Of course, she makes deadly pies, but they're only deadly towards men, so I would have to worry about that. But she makes really good, not just her pies though. It seems like everything she makes in this sounds really good. So, and it's cute. I really liked that. Dr. Chef that's from A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet, right? I loved him. He's also one of my favorite characters. He was one of my favorite characters in A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. Definitely one of my favorite characters. I want to be just like Dr. Chef when I grow up. And yeah, he was a fantastic cook. Everybody loved what he had to make, and he could make anything, and it would be delicious. Let me think of what else I've read where there is cooking, and the person who cooks seems to be incredible at it. Hmm. Oh, what's the little guy? Thimble would make put together a nice picnic basket because he'd make some savory treats, some sweet treats, and um, that would be fun. I'd like, I know his stuff's more like technically more like coffee shop food, but I think he could do well. Xander from Woods of the Raven. Who is that? Xander from Woods of the Raven? Woods of the Raven. Apparently, I don't know how to spell Woods of the Raven. Woods. Woods of the Raven by Mary Combs. Xander Corley lives simply, sustainably on the outskirts of Offspring. I'm guessing he knows how to cook really good food, huh? This sounds interesting. Fantasy, paranormal, male romance. Hmm. That sounds fun. Not fun, but like it sounds interesting. Who else? Who else? Who else? I'm scrolling down, looking to see who I remember being a really good cook in the book that I was reading. Oh, you ever have where you're like scrolling through Goodreads and it keeps populating the same books? You scroll, and it keeps populating the same books. Every once in a while it does that to me, and I don't understand why. It's doing it again. Yeah, I gotta click out of Goodreads and go back into it. Haha, obscure, but yeah, his tea blends and baking sound pretty amazing. That sounds good. That would be nice for, really nice for a picnic. Well, there's read some books that have like chefs in it. I'm sure they'd be good examples of people you want feeding you. Um, hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with I already forgot her name. Daisy? The Daisy from Pies. Um, Daisy Ellery, is that her name? Yeah, Daisy Ellery from Magic Lies and Deadly Pies. She can cook for me. A cute one. Okay. Final prompt for this for this tag is for many, spring is the first break from bitterness of winter. Choose a book that is the embodiment of sunshine. And they have a great example on here. They put Heartstopper, Volume 4, but Heartstopper in general, I agree. Um, Someone's yelling at the dog. Heartstopper is definitely the embodiment of happiness. What else? What do you think is the embodiment of happiness? Drew said Elizabeth Acevedo with The Fire on High. She's a really good chef. Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. I do want to read that one. And whenever I look at the book cover, I always think like that looks like it's going to be a tasty read. um, Heartstopper was your first thought? Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Just a heartwarming, happy read. Heartstopper is such a great example of that. I don't read happy books. You've read Heartstopper? That's happy. Um, it's a happy good time. Huh? Cozy, comfortable, happy books. I'm losing my book. And they all have like an element of sadness to them, don't they? But sometimes, sadness isn't a bad thing for a book. Even a happy book. Oh, um, I think of like The House in the Cerulean Sea. Looking. I'm going to say, Heartstopper is a great example. I'm going to also say House of Cerulean Sea. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Yeah. Even though there's the darkness to it, that is a generally pretty happy book, and it makes you feel happy reading it. Let me look at my books that I've read recently. What I would consider a recent one that is like a happy book. My computer's going a little slow right now. Read books. Happy, just plain happy. I liked A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. It was cozy, and cozy tends to make me feel like it's happy. I know there were moments that weren't always happy, but it's hard to find a book that's just happy the whole way through. I mean, even Heartstopper has some really tough topics. Let's see. Oh, Wonder by R.J. Palacio. It was sad in some ways, but it was really happy. Like, it was a good book. Ship of Shadows by Maria Kuzniar. I thought that one was a very happy one. A Lady for a Duke by Alexis Hall. That was happy. Something happy is red, white, and royal blue. Yes, I agree. Stares at recent reads. I affirm my last statement. I don't read happy books. So we can't go to Paige for those recommendations. Oh, poor Paige. No, that's not poor. That's fine. It's fine. Don't have to read happy all the time. A lot of middle grade makes me feel happy. I was happy when I read Dragons and Bread Knives, especially when we saw some of the character tie-ins. It made me feel like giddy and fun. I love that. I love throwbacks to other characters. So many books. Yeah, a lot of good options. Let's see. Anything by A.J. Sherwood tends to lift me out of any funk. Well, that's good. Yeah, I know you love A.J. Sherwood. Mom's read some of the books now because of you. Nope, only books that will break you. 1 week to win the chocolate maker makes me happy. 1 week to win the chocolate maker. I've never heard of that one. 1 week to win by Timothy Yanofsky. Oh, it looks cute. Cute little cover. Looks like it's in Tuscany region. Looks like it's set in somewhere in Italy, in the Tuscany region. That's pretty. I'm guessing Pounded by Pluto doesn't work for that one. Bringing it back to our conversation last night. Didn't make Shell happy. Made Shell unhappy. Okay, well, with that was a fun. Book tag. I thought that was a really fun book tag because it had pretty unique questions. Sometimes book tags are pretty generic in the questions they're asking. Like, they'll be themed, but they're not too in depth. But that one had quite a bit of interesting elements to it, which I really enjoyed. Okay, so I'm going to do one more sprint, and then after that, I think it's time for me to get off and get some stuff done. And, other things aside from just sprint all day, even though it's been a lot of fun sprinting so far. So let's do one more sprint, and I think that gives us a really good head start, kickoff to spring into reading thon this month. I'm excited, and I plan on doing more sprints for spring into reading a thon, and maybe I'll do it at a time that's better for Paige to be able to join me, and maybe Melanie if she's I think she's probably on a trip, but like it'd be nice to have my co-hosts, but we'll plan on that sometime soon, hopefully, and depending on what's going on in the month of March. March not as bad for me. February was rough. Amari and the Night Brothers made me happy. Can't wait for book 4. I still haven't read. I've read book 2. Haven't I? I feel like I've read book 1 and book 2, but I haven't read any further than that. I think I would have to reread. It's been a while since I read that series. Okay, let's find out what we're sprinting for our final sprint today. "20 minutes. Not much longer than that 15-minute sprint. Okay, no, I don't want that. Let's sprint again. Perfect. So we got 20 and 25. We'll just combine the two and do a 45-minute sprint. That way I didn't waste that first sprint. Okay, so we're doing a 45-minute sprint. You like how I did that? Okay. Let's see. So 50. Let's do 52. 52. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna sprint until 52, and I should have put that's the final sprint. That just so if people come and check it out, they won't be like, "Oh no, I'm just getting here," and you're already done. They'll get an idea that that's the last one for the day. Final sprint. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Well, I hope everyone's reading goes amazingly for our last sprint, and you got 45 minutes to do it in. Happy reading. All right, welcome back. How did your final sprint go? Mine went well. I am on page 196. So I think I might actually be able to finish this today. Excuse me. And I have 3 hours and 40 minutes remaining of my 6-hour timer. So pretty good progress during these sprints. Pretty darn good progress. But I need to get some stuff accomplished today and do my, let's see, where is it? Where did Paige put her dance? My dance for the day. And we'll see. My dog would like to go for a walk, but we did that yesterday. We'll see if we do it again today. How did your reading go? Did you make some good progress? Did you... Oh, a whole bunch of motorcyclists. Do you feel like you've got a good start on Spring Into Reading-a-thon if you're participating in Spring Into Reading-a-thon? I do. Once I get this done, I'll be able to cross out 2 prompts. So that's really exciting. And then I'll get started on A Closed Common Orbit, and I have 3 prompts for that one. So I am making good progress so far here in the first day of March. And we got 31 days, so it's going to go good. It's going to go well. Anyways, that's going to be it. And I don't know when I'll do another sprint for Spring Into Reading-a-thon, but I'm going to try and make sure I do one sooner rather than later. I'm going to try and stay on top of it this month. And if you are part of Bookstar Read-alongs, I have live show coming up next Saturday. Let's hope I get the book done in time. And I think that's it for right now. I'm excited about Spring Into Reading-a-thon, and I'm planning on vlogging it. So we'll see how that goes. Wish me luck. But everyone have a wonderful day, wonderful Sunday or Monday, depending on where you are. And I hope you have a wonderful reading month here in March. Thank you so much, and I will see you later. Bye.